to rush you, but let's all move towards the hall as fast as possible. Thank you. Just a quick one. Somebody's not getting home tonight because your lights are on. KDW 795EC. Your lights are on. KDW 795. Your lights are on. Hello, hello, hello. Gentlemen. All right. All right, all right, all right, all right. I'm trying to stand, but I cannot. Is that better? Gentlemen, just a quick message. Somebody's not going to get home tonight with a flat battery. If your number plate is KDW 795EC, that is KDW 795EC, you have got your lights on. So please make sure you go and switch them off. Otherwise, you will not be getting home tonight, and that's that. KDW 795EC. No one's hand going up yet. Could one of you boys just organize me a water, man? A water. Organize me a water, please. The evening's proceedings. So if you wouldn't mind taking your seats, and let's get on with the show. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I see a few ladies at the back, and that's why I included you. None of this would have happened tonight without those ladies, and we're going to say thank you to you a few times tonight. The first time is now, so well done. Thank you. Gentlemen, wow, isn't it just amazing to be back at your alma mater? Walking through the corridors, all the history echoing through our veins, all our mates back, some people 50 years, 40 years, 30 years, 20, 10. It's really amazing to have you back here tonight. And the fact that you're all alive and you're all still doing well and you're here says something about how successful you are at the moment. So well done. Well done. So you may not just be sitting here tonight, whether you're seated right here or you're Zooming, because this entire event is live streamed. Some people will be having breakfast while we're having dinner and they're watching, some having lunch. So also a very warm welcome to everybody streaming around the globe. Thank you. So as I look around tonight, I haven't even introduced my bloody self. I'm Craig Ross. Good evening, everybody. I am 20 years out of school, class of 2003, which, by the way, Mr. Francis, was not acknowledged this morning in the assembly. But there's a reason for that, and the story will come out just a little bit later on. So, and I think we all know what we're referring to about the 2003 rebellions, all right? So looking around, I see representation from so many amazing years. We've got the nostalgic vibe from 1968. Where are you guys? 1968, anybody? From 1968, round of applause, guys. You know, that's, sirs, you're in a very privileged position. You were living at a very privileged time, and I can tell you, the Beatles' White Album, which took the world by storm, came out in that year. Do any of you have the original album? No? Ah, come on, man, you guys should get it. Well done, guys, for being here. Thank you. And then we have the flair of the 1973 class. Where are you guys? 1973? As well, yes? Yeah? Well done, guys. I think Michael Jackson performed his first moonwalk on TV. First moonwalk on TV. Does anybody remember what show that was? Do you remember? No? No? The Yesterday, Today, and Forever concert. Come on. And then, of course, we have the unmatched zeal of the 88 class. Where are you guys? Well done, guys. You guys will remember Die Hard and Yippee Ki-Yay from that year. I think something famous from that year. And then we also have the resilience of the 93 class. Now this is quite interesting. Just give me a sip here. Speaking of 93, a shout out to our lone wolf. There's only one representative from 93 from that year, standing solo, but standing very strong. Can you please put up your hand, sir? Is it bravery, or is it just forgetting to send out the invites to the rest? Find out on the next episode of Lone Wolf 1993. Either way, we salute you and thank you for being here. The innovation of the 1998 class. Where's the 1998 class? I know that is the Ryan Truelove year. And also the year in which Google launched, and though no one knew it, they were to one day take over the entire internet. So really cool. Thanks for being here, guys. And then, of course, the fresh spirit of the 2013 class. Where are you guys? Here we are. Something special that happened in your year. I think, wasn't it Gangnam Style came out? It was the first time on YouTube, Psy from Gangnam, first time that a YouTube video hit 1 million hits. And that was 2013. So guys, thank you so much for being here. We really respect you, man. Okay. Hold on. By the way, I wasn't supposed to be MC for this evening. I got the request 2 days ago. So I've had like a day to prepare. So I'm going to be referring to my notes a lot tonight, but thank you very much, guys. It's a privilege to be part of this. Thank you very much, Andrew. Now, you might wonder, what about the 2003 class? Well, that year, we will remember the brave... Wait, let me put like a voice on for this. Well, what about the class of 2003? Well, that year, we will remember the brave, the rebellious, the daring class of 2003 who took it upon themselves to trade traditional 40-day celebrations for a covert rendezvous under the shade of the Pick n Pay parking lot, followed by an unparalleled expedition to the beaches of Naukluberge, all during school hours. We've been planning it for ages, and it was a move so groundbreaking that, regrettably, our matric dance was relegated to the flanks of history. So, Ban Hopley, if it's... so we would just like to formally request, it's been 20 years since the class of 2003's legendary Beach X escapade under the guise of the Pick n Pay parking lot rendezvous. The memories from that day are as fresh as ever, and on behalf of the class of 2003, any chance we could negotiate a retroactive reinstatement of our matric dance? It's never too late, really. We promise no more beach trips and not during school time. All right. Right, let's get to eating. So, and how can we forget? This is a very special part, gentlemen. We're in the esteemed company of two pillars of Muir College history. Bryan Eckstein from 1956 and Winston Riggs from 1957. Sirs, please, could you stand up? Now, these two gentlemen, right, have seen more rugby matches, class pranks, and Muir dinners than most of us combined. And rumor has it, they both still challenge the young lads to a sprint now and then. And about you guys, I heard a story. Last I heard, they were giving the boys from 2013 a run for their money. Eh? So, guys, while my own tales on the rugby field and in the classroom aren't really the stuff of legend, I do have my own unique feather in the cap, being the first Muirite to MC this dinner for the second time in 201 years. So there you go. Hey guys, once is once could be chance, but twice. You guys are a sucker for punishment. All right, let's go. Before we dive into, I see some of you guys have already dove straight into your philo quiches. Before we dive into the evening, let's begin gratitude. I'd like to introduce Thomas de Blanche, a respected member of the OMU Executive Committee. And Thomas, just a quick word of advice. The shorter the grace, the quicker we eat. So there we go. Chucks.
That's a lot of pressure because I've got a essay here to pray about. All right. Yeah. Let's bow our heads, if you so please. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this evening where we are assembled for the purpose of reuniting with old friends and reminiscing on the days of our alma mater. Lord, we remember those who are no longer with us. We thank you for our alma mater, Muir. We thank you for the teachers and all stakeholders and their roles in shaping our lives and lives of all learners who will walk through these corridors. Father, we pray that you may continue to bless the school so that it may continue to bless this community. We thank you for the work of the OMU and the committees and their various leaders. We pray that you may bless this evening, may it be filled with laughter, joy, and rekindling of old friendships. Now bless the food before us. In your precious name, amen.
All right, gentlemen. So as we enjoy our starter, I would like to draw your attention to the food in front of you. It's called a biltong philo quiche. Now, you know, in an all-boys school, we learned many things. One of them is how to appreciate the manlier things of life. It's essentially meat in a dress. And tonight, it's clothed in philo. So enjoy. There you go. take a seat. Thank you. Is that Rob Hayter in the background there? Okay. Let's do this, guys. Gentlemen, can take your seats. Thank you very much. I just want to clear something up. Does anybody remember me talking about the moonwalk and Michael Jackson doing it? Yes, yes. So that was in 1983, right? Do you remember me saying? No, I'm just kidding, guys. I missed out the year. We'd like to just celebrate the class of 1983, who 40 years. Gentlemen, well done. Yeah. Is that Rob Hayter in the back there? Oh, there he is. Hey, Rob, nice to see you, man. Lekker. Welcome back. Excellent. Okay, let's do this. All right. Gentlemen, we are going to introduce and welcome and toast to Muir College and the kindred associations with Andrew Binning after the startup. No? Okay. That's not on my agenda. Okay. All right. Yep, toast to the country. All right. Mark. I'm sorry about that, Mark. Mark Bucker, ladies and gentlemen, International Secretary for the OMU Committee, is going to do the toast to our country. So charge your glasses, gentlemen. Thank you, Mark. Cheers.
Good evening, gentlemen. I won't stand on the step. Gentlemen, we live in a country that has faced many challenges in the past and faces many challenges currently. And no doubt we'll face many challenges going forward. But this is what builds our character and provides us with opportunities. I'd ask you all to please rise and join me in a toast. A toast to all our differences, a toast to common ground, a toast to what we are seeking, a toast to what we have found, a toast to what brings us together, a toast to what sets us apart, a toast to many different souls united with one heart, a toast to South Africa. To South Africa. Gentlemen, you may now remove your jackets.
Okay, gents, we're going to introduce a very important person. We're going to have a welcome toast now to Muir College as a whole and the kindred associations. And I call up a gentleman, Andrew Binning, and raise your glasses very high, welcoming Mr. Binning, not just the OMU president, but the very embodiment of our traditions, to offer a toast. Here's to our shared memories, gentlemen, unshakable bonds, and the legacy that marches forward. Nec pluribus impar.
Thank you, Craig, Mr. Master of Ceremonies, Craig Ross, guest speaker Bryan Habana, old Muirites, both present here and watching on live streaming, honored guests, parents, and friends of Muir College. It's a great pleasure that I welcome you this evening to the 201st celebration of Muir College. It is indeed an honor and a privilege to be associated with this fine school and its strong Old Boys Union, which is reflected in tonight's event, as well as the various activities being hosted this weekend, some of which has happened on the golf course yesterday already. It gives me great pleasure in welcoming and introducing our special invited guests for this evening. Our guest speaker for tonight, Bryan Habana. Thank you for being with us this evening. Bryan earlier on met with the first team of Muir College rugby team and handed out their jerseys for tomorrow's match, and then entertained about 200 primary school learners, and I think everyone wanted to have an autograph or a photograph, and Bryan was very accommodating. So a bit later on, Bryan will be introduced by a special video compilation that Old Muirite James Wilder has put together, and also by Ryan Barner. Bryan Habana will be introduced by Ryan Barner. Maybe Bryan Habana will introduce Ryan Barner. And Ryan has just been voted in as the Vice President of the Old Muirite Union, so congratulations. We won't ask Bryan to stand because he'll stand a lot later, but if I can ask the other guests as they introduce just to stand and to greet us. Mr. David Francis is the headmaster of Muir College. And we really want to thank Dave and the staff for hosting us this weekend. It's not an easy job being a teacher. They work long hours if you are a teacher yourself or related. So to organize things for us and host us here, it really is appreciated. I'm going to introduce Mr. Peter Elser. He's the chairperson of the school governing body. Dr. Elser. Ex-headmasters, or shall I say retired headmasters, are represented tonight by Mr. Bun Hopley. Mr. Neil Crawford. And Mr. Robin Stevenson. Special welcome. I'd like them to stand as well. Go to previous Old Muirite Union presidents, as well as honorary life vice presidents of the Old Muirite Union, Mr. Winston Riggs. Mr. Leo Dorio. Ivan Beaumont. Mr. Ian Crane. And two of the most recently elected honorary life vice presidents, Mr. George Yerolimo. And Mr. Rion Clausen. Last but not least, past President Jason Henman. And I know that an incredible feat tonight is the fact that the Henmans have got 3 generations present. Logan is the youngest, Jason, and then Father Derek, who currently lives in Montague and has made his way here tonight. Well done, Henmans. And then last but not least, I normally would introduce these individuals earlier, but I've kept it to the end on purpose, is two of our kindred associations or kindred schools that we've invited as VIP guests. We have the principal of Uitenhage High School, Mr. Mark Williams. And all the way from Makanda in Grahamstown, the headmaster of Graham College, Mr. Kevin Watson. And for those of you who don't know, I'm going to invite. For those of you who don't know, I'm going to invite Mr. Francis to come forward. This year, Graham College are celebrating a milestone, 150 years, and the school has requested that on behalf of the Old Boys and the whole of the Muir College family to give a small gift, is the right word, to the headmaster of Graham College celebrating their 150th anniversary. So Mr. Francis, Mr. Watson.
I thought he was going to ask for a win tomorrow as my president. Yeah.
I wonder if the rugby players would be so friendly with each other before they play in the rugby, eh? Let's hope so. And those of you who have been to watch some of the rugby where Muir has played, it's been incredible to see how the boys after a game will get together with the other team that they've competed against. It's really good to see. I'd also like to welcome some of the Muir Foundation directors who are present with us this evening. Some have already been mentioned, but others who are with us, Mr. Brett Botten. Brett, welcome to you. And I think the other directors have already been introduced. At this point, with the risk of, or hopefully not admitting anyone, I would like to ask all old Muirites who have traveled from other cities and countries to please stand. Okay, a special welcome to all of you. Now, Craig took a bit of my steam early on because I was going to also introduce the reunion classes, but I think you've all been introduced, and I want to thank all the organizers of each reunion class for organizing a reunion. Last year was a massive effort. I think we had over 1,000 old boys come and attend the celebrations, but it takes quite a bit of effort to organize your class reunion. So thank you to all the classes. In particular, I mean, Robbie, you are based in Australia, and he organized his class reunion from Australia. The Old Muirite Union, we also like to thank all old boys who are not celebrating a so-called special reunion, who have traveled to be with us this evening from the surrounding areas. Can you all please stand as well so we can see who you are? Muir College is all about traditions, all about history and tradition. So the Old Muirite Union started a new tradition last year for the first time, where we award the Old Muirite Union trophy to the reunion class that has the best percentage attendance at both the assembly and the dinner. Okay, and this morning at the assembly, we announced the 3 finalists. They were 2013, 1988, and 1983. And the first winner was 1997. It was their 25-year last year. The winner this year, and I'd ask the class organizer to come forward and collect the trophy. The winner is the class of 2013. All right. And then just on a more serious note, to all Muirites and families who have lost loved ones during the past year, please accept our deepest sympathies. If anyone knows of any old boys who have passed away, please do pass their name on to the Old Muirite Union manager, Wendy. We've been given and provided these names over the past year, and I'd like to read them out, and then I'll ask you just to stand for a minute's silence if you don't mind. Let me finish the list first. If you know of anybody else who's not mentioned, yeah, you're welcome to say their name out. So these gents are no longer with us. Roger Mayer, 1957. Peter Butlian, 1967. Alvin Latrobe, 1958. Simon Groves, 1988. Mark Crane, 1985. Sean Jonga, 2022. Alan Jenner, 1973. Bryan Erasmus, 1970. Johan van Rooyen, 1964. Akona Baliwe, 2009. Dennis Pinnock, 1961. Breton White, 1989. Mike Sinclair, 1974. Kevin Smith, 1963. Albert Boditer, 1947. Tobile Chazibane, 1997. Desmond Thompson, 1957. Brian Harris, 1965. Anthony Bernstein, 1979. John Carter, 1957. Cedric Oliver, 1957. And Louis Lachranse, 1984. Anybody else that you're aware of? Atule? Wutata, 2013. Thank you. Thank you. Lakuza, what year? Okay, thank you, gents. Please do pass those names on to Wendy as well. And if I can ask you to rise for a minute's silence. Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated. And then just as you sat down, the last thing that is on my list to do is to propose a toast to our 2 kindred schools that we've invited tonight as our VIP guests. So to Uitenhage High and Graham College. Please stand and join me as we toast Uitenhage High School and Graham College.
Right, just before we tuck into main course, gentlemen, we're going to have a reply and toast to the entire Muirite Union. And who better to do that than this wonderful, flippin' human being who has tanned at least 50% of your asses sitting here. Okay, so let's get started. Our history and our camaraderie make us who we are. And talking about that history, here's somebody who has played a very integral part in mine. Shit. Okay. You have no idea the influence that that man had in my life. So just give me a second. David Francis, our esteemed headmaster and my former hostel master, is here to toast the Old Muirite Union. Under his leadership, we managed to keep the hostel from descending into absolute chaos. I was head boy of the hostel in 2003, though we did have our moments, sir. And thanks to him, I learned what true leadership looks like. Sir David Francis, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen. He's a liar. He's a liar. He's a liar. I'm talking about Mr. Claude Smith. I categorically deny that. I don't know who you are, boy. You called me puppy. You. No. Then this table, this 10-year table, I was fascinated there. Mr. Barnard, do you care to explain on international TV what this dispatch wave is that you gave all your friends? Just remember, the world saw you, eh? So, Mr. Binning said I must speak for 15 minutes and just tell you everything is fine at Muir College. Trust me, it's much better than 2013, yeah. Yeah. Gentlemen, I don't have my hearing aid here, but I swear I keep hearing somebody, a girl, shouting, "Frankie, I love you." It's like, before I assure you that everything is fine at the school, and trust me, it's fine, I would like to thank the hostel ladies. They, I'm sure, are going to prepare a very, very nice meal. So thank you, ladies. I would like to thank... And then very important, we have to thank the wonderful ladies that's helping out in the hall itself with the serving, etc., etc. Ladies, thank you very much for that. And then the amazing part, this boggles my mind how you did this. The seating planners, how did you manage to seat the people according to age, political affiliations? And if I go according to this table, sense of humor, it's... However, I have to say, next year, I'm going to insist on having a 5-year group here, the 5-year group. They probably be the only ones that I would recognize because... Yeah, it is a prime number. It is a prime number. What year were you in? Yeah, 2012. I never played that game with you. Ndabeni, yeah, but not you. You're a good guy. No. No. Right, gentlemen, so 25 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years, it doesn't matter, years ago, you saw yourself as this sleek Lamborghini, you know. And I'm sure some of you, when you look in the mirror, you still imagine. No. Everything changes in time. Everything. Think of yourself now as a comfortable combi. Okay? No. The idea is not to insult anybody. No. I've got a point to make. Change. Change. We all change. Times change. Thank you. I'll remember you when I win the 150 million lotto. Thank you. The world changed around us, and for some reason, when you look at our school and you see change, you think things are going bad. It's not true. Change is good. Change is good. Our vision has not changed. Our vision is still excellence. We're still doing that. Our vision is still to achieve. We're doing that. We still instill the values. In those days, it was with a cane, but now we instill values of discipline and etiquette. No, by a nasty, mean system, detention. We take away time. No, I have to say Bob died a very quiet death a few years ago. No, Bob died. So if you want to know if things are going well at Muir, why don't you just check Facebook? It goes well at Muir. Yeah, well, our Facebook is real. We're real. Muir College is real. So there's going to be change. In the future, there's going to be change. When some of you were at school, for instance, you had subjects, say, like Latin. Okay. It's more on that side. It's more on that side. However, Muir College changed. We now have got a very modern subjects. We've got subjects like robotics, coding. Robotics and coding. CAT is becoming more and more complicated. It's now been acknowledged by universities. We think in terms of going to information technology. We've got fabulous, very modern labs upstairs. By means of the SGB and the foundation, all relevant parties, we managed to update our labs. Really, it's fabulous. We've got an information center. The boys of Muir can't say, sir, I didn't have internet, or I didn't have a computer, or I didn't have a printer. It's now being provided for them in our information center. So we provide. We're growing, we're changing, so things are going well. The old boys immediately will say, oh, but what about the sport? Well, we all know, realistic speaking, sport depends on the day, on the year, on the team, on the players, on. So if we're going to compare specific classes, should I? I can't possibly run through all the classes, especially the 10-year, the 25, and the 40. Then I was, no. 40. Let's go on the 40. Okay, sorry, I have to put my glasses on too. You wearing glasses? Okay, this is not to embarrass anybody, it's just to show that we are still as competitive, we are still doing as well as what you think or remember of the past. So we're looking at the 40-year group here. In the 40-year group, you had 59. I couldn't really count on the photo. It's either 59 or 57. That was in the 83 group, the 1983 group. 60? Okay, 60. 60 we go. Somebody was hiding there or was absent maybe on the day. I have to say, let's call it 60. In 1983, we actually got 88 matrics now. We've grown. So there's change. Let's look at academic excellence. 1983, 96% pass rate. Last year, 2022, you didn't beat the 2022 group. The 2022 group beat you by 0.2%. They also got 96%, but they beat. Yeah. Oh, I've got the rugby results here too of 1983, by the way. I'll get to that now. So the bachelor passes for the 1983 group, that means going to university, bachelor passes, was 45%. Last year, 69%. Now, once again, I'm not slating anybody. I'm just saying that nothing has changed. We have improved in some ways. So if there's any fear from the old boys that things are going down, things are sliding, I'm assuring you, we are maintaining our standards and we are improving where we can. I'm not going to go into rugby. I'm not going to cricket. You want to? Are you sure? Okay, let's stop there. I won't then. Now the question on your mind is, will Muir College change? Of course, I want Muir College to change. I want us to adapt. There must be constant change. There has to be. Now I can say this safely. We're capable of changing because we've got a couple of things going for us. I've got a fantastic staff, number one. We've got a great old boys network. We have got a strong Muir Foundation. We've got supporting parents. And then in our community, gentlemen, that counts. That counts a lot. We are not just maintaining our standards. I'm telling you, we are setting the pace in our community. We're setting the pace. In case some old boys did not read the newspapers, or you're not from Uitenhage anymore, can I just say that Muir College stands first in our circuit of schools. We beat Riebeek College. Riebeek is now second, but they used to beat you. So please, gentlemen, if there's any person that's still unsure about where we're going, trust, if not me, trust the OMU, trust the foundation, trust the community. We've got the best interest of Muir College at heart, and we will slowly but surely remove any obstacles in our way, and we will reach our goal. We will. And that is, what's better than excellence? Super excellence? I don't know. English teachers? Mr. Sharman. Where's Mr. Sharman? What's better than excellence? The what? Thank you. This is a good one. So let's repeat that. Muir College will remain second to none. Simple. May I ask you to rise just for a moment? To the OMU. Here's to good friends, good memories, and unbreakable relationships. Gentlemen, thank you. Cheers. Thanks, man.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you, man. Thank you, sir. Right, gentlemen, a massive round of applause for David Francis. All right, gentlemen. All right, gentlemen, now time for main course. For those of you who don't know, French country chicken pot pie, roast potatoes, pumpkin pie with caramel sauce, and French-style green beans topped with almonds. Now, I can't help but think that our chefs have been eavesdropping on some of the 2023 Rugby World Cup predictions. Are we seeing some French favoritism from the chefs? I'm not sure. Either way, regardless of that, enjoy your meal. It will be served in the next 5 minutes. Thank you. I hope that you enjoyed your main course. I can tell you that that was cooked by the hostel ladies and the hostel staff. I can also tell you they were bloody nice. Our food was nothing like that in 2003. So things have really gotten better. So amazing. All right, without any further ado, it's all truth. Superman needs a cape to fly. This gentleman only needs a rugby ball. So, gentlemen, they are legends. And then there is Bryan Habana. You know what? I think, Bryan, you have a special place in the hearts of many, many South Africans, and not only South Africans, but many, many people around the globe. I think you know that. Thank you for what you've done for our country. Thank you for what you've done for our sport and rugby. And you're an absolute legend. But enough talking from me. Let's take to the screen and watch the video. Thank you, guys.
Offside there, but turnover, counter-attacks on. Little overlap here. Bryan Habana, this is the South Africa's record. This one's for Joost van der Westhuizen. 39 test tries, surpassing Joost, who's watching back in South Africa.
Peterson, Montgomery, Watson, shot the break, follow the court, Ivan McGill, number 4 for Bryan Habana, the top relic of the Springbok winner. The colours shining from his knockout, the green and the gold of the South African emblem, the Springbok, and his supporters celebrating the crowd.
Well, Skinstad just moved into the number 8 position, replacing Daniel Rousseau. Oh, I don't believe it. Bryan Habana is going to become the Rugby World Cup's top try scorer. We were saying just a moment ago that Argentina had thrown caution to the wind.
And, might have won the turnover here. He has. Springbok numbers away to the left. LaRue, Tina, Habana, and here goes Flying Bryan.
Spun right across the pitch there. Dupree, then to Butch James, then Bryan Habana chases it. Habana interfered with off the ball, but Bryan Habana's going to score his 7th try of the tournament.
Turnover ball from Malherbe. Little dab through from Dupree. Habana's on it. And South Africa make a perfect start to the second half. Less than a minute on the clock. Bryan Habana gets his 13th try in World Cup history. Goes level with Doug Howland. Second place on that particular list behind John Alomu. And that is a vital score for the Springboks so early in the second half.
Madam Muir, it's my distinct pleasure to introduce a true sporting legend whose name is synonymous to speed, skill, and excellence in the world of rugby. A record-breaking athlete, a global inspiration, and a true icon to the game, Mr. Bryan Habana.
Good evening, everybody. Yeah, what a go. Yeah, I was looking at those videos. Where's Craig? I thought you were gonna sort of start with a joke that Chuck Norris wears Bucky's Porter's underpants, but thank you that you didn't. Really appreciate that. Yeah, it's an absolute privilege and honor to be here tonight. Looking at those videos, it obviously brings back a lot of memories. But I think you guys are and women are in a really good spot. Are any of you betting people out here at the moment? Who do? Betway, Bet King. I mean, hot off the press. You guys are the first to hear it. So you saw me racing against a cheetah, which I won. Yes, I won. You saw the Airbus A380. I won that one as well. So no matter what happens in France with the Springboks this year, I've been working on a campaign probably for the last. I retired 2018, so I've been working on this campaign with one of my big sponsors for the last 4 years, and Muirite Old Boy exclusive. Massive exhibition race next year, June. I'll be 41 and want to try show the world that I can still do things. So if you want to put your bets in, get ready. Massive exhibition race next year. I'll be going up against a tortoise. Yeah. If you want your money to be safe, bet on the tortoise. It's gone very backwards, actually. Where's the Mrs. South Africa finalist in the room? Where's the guy? Sitting there. So it's very much fitness. I told him I missed gym this morning. My 5th year in a row now. Yeah, it's the retirement phase has been really interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed alumni, faculty, old boys, friends of this place, it is an absolute honor and privilege to be at what is a pretty incredible celebration. The oldest, Ms. Benning reminding from the oldest English medium school in the country. And as much as the Nec Pluribus Impar is the status of what the school is all about, I think here we're also tonight celebrating and commemorating its storied history, but also embracing the spirit of something that I read today, the Muir College motto that says, "Shout until the rafters ring." Because seeing all you gentlemen in the room and all the effort that you've made to come around from all corners of the globe, even those online, the excitement, the camaraderie, the brotherhood, the friendship, and particularly what Muir College means to each and every one of you, I think there is a lot of reason to shout until the rafters ring. So, no, I don't think you guys heard me. There's a lot of reason to shout until the rafters ring. this powerful model, and I did a little bit of research, a little bit sort of delving into what makes the school as special as it is, particularly for all of you. This motto has echoed through the halls of Muir College for over 2 centuries. I thought some of the gentlemen were celebrating their 200th birthday tonight. I just realized, no disrespect, sir. But it's been echoing through these halls for over 200 centuries and serving as a rallying cry that encapsulate the essence of this institution. It speaks to the enthusiasm, the passion, and the unyielding determination that Muir College has consistently embodied with it. It continually reminds you that you are part of an incredible legacy that encourages young gentlemen to make their voices heard, to strive for excellence, and to leave an imprint that resonates beyond the walls of this campus. Shout until the rafters rings is more than a mere string of words. It's a call to action. It's a challenge to rise above the ordinary, to push boundaries and exceed expectation. And let's be honest, this motto has, without a doubt, certainly inspired generations of Muirite alumni to become leaders, innovators, and change makers in their respective fields. It is a stark reminder that your voices matter, that your actions have an impact, and your potential is boundless. And as we look at the remarkable journey that Muir College has undertaken, we see how this motto has been woven into the fabric of each and every one of your experiences. It has urged you to strive for academic excellence. We won't go to 2013 and sport, but academic excellence. It has always encouraged you to embrace your individuality and to stand up for what you believe in. It has encouraged you to be bold in your pursuits and unafraid to challenge conventions. And as things ring true, change is the one constant in life. But today, as we stand on the cusp of a new era, the cusp of constant change, the significant motto really begins to resonate with each and every one of us. It reminds us that the challenges that we face in our world require a collective effort to effect change. It prompts us to be advocates for positive transformation, to challenge equality and justice, and work towards a better tomorrow for all. So in celebrating this reunion, we not only honor the past, but also really embrace the potential of the future. Let Shout Until the Rafters Ring be a beacon that guides each and every one of you, your families, and the old Muirite community forward. Let it inspire you to continue striving for excellence, to pursue your passions with fervor, and to create a world that reflects the values and ideals of Muir College. And as I look around the room and friendships are rekindled, new friendships are formed, and new connections are made, and shared stories that potentially have stood the test of time, not 200 years, sir, maybe a little bit more, 201. I think you really need to remember that the spirit of Muir College lives with each and every one of you. And I encourage you to continue carrying forth the effort and essence of this motto in each and everything that you do, ensuring that your voices continue to resonate and inspire, shaping a brighter future for generations to come. And I say this given the fact that we did just celebrate women, and can we please get another massive round of applause for the incredible women that have been And the reason I say, yes, it was Women's Day, and as men we make a lot of jokes and comments about Women's Day as one day of the year, get back to work. But I think in a world that is characterized by complex challenges and ever-evolving dynamics, the need for men to be better and better men has never been more apparent. The term better men transcends gender. It transcends the ideology that we used to have of the past, the unlearning of the old. But it speaks to the qualities of character, empathy, and integrity that are extremely essential for positive change. These qualities encompass a real commitment to fairness, respect, and compassion, and they empower individuals to stand against injustice and really, truly, honestly promote equality. And I think the world we're living in yearns for individuals who not only excel in their own pursuits, but extend a helping hand to uplift others. We need good fathers, good husbands, good sons, good partners, men that protect women, men that protect their daughters and sons, men that stand for integrity, men that stand for truth, justice, and fairness. And as we navigate the intricacies of an extremely complex global community, the call for better men resounds as a reminder that each and every one of us has a role to play in shaping a more just, inclusive, and harmonious world for each and every one of us. And I think for those of us that are in a position of power, for those of us that are in a position of servantship, the ability for us men to be better men, to stand up and individually in our own homes, our own communities, our own schools, make a powerful impact, will make this country a much better place for the future generations. So, Mr. Benning, to you and your school, thank you very much for the opportunity. I want to end off with something, I'm not quite sure how many of you would have already seen it, but a couple of years ago, Mark Andrews did a talk at the Craven Week, and he gave a lesson to the up-and-coming rugby boys participating this Easter festival about things to take away from rugby. There's 25 of them, so please bear with me. Number 1, wear a gum guard. God only gave you 2 sets of teeth. You're on your 2nd set now, most of you your 3rd. And it then starts becoming very difficult to see a dentist, and they're extremely expensive. Number 2, never question a ref. In all my years, both on and off the field, having many refs, good and bad, no ref has ever changed the decision after being chirped by a player or a parent on the sideline. If worse, the parent on the sidelines probably got a red card. Don't take shortcuts in training. Shortcuts in training only leads to losses in match. The team always comes first. Don't ever be late. You are never more important than the team. And if you think you are, go play tennis. Always shake your opponent's hand after the game. Rugby and life is a game of respect. Show it. Fear is normal, and it keeps you from doing stupid things. Don't fear fear. Nerves are good. They are your body's way of preparing you for battle. Only people with brains claim not to be nervous before a game. Learn to play for yourself, not your father, not your mother, not your girlfriend, not your boyfriend, not your school. Learn to play for yourself so that others around you become better. Don't be superstitious. Touch wood, I never was. If you do start to become superstitious, try break them as soon as you can. Don't ever leave your aftermatch gear in your bag over the weekend. If you do, it will smell like someone has died when you open it. Listen to your coach. If you don't agree with him, shut up and take coaching up yourself. Cheating is not on in any form. If you want to cheat, go play cricket for Australia. Don't retaliate on the field. Any fool can lose his cool. It takes a real man to keep his. Don't ever have a go at your teammate. No one goes onto the field wanting to make a mistake. If you can't say something positive, don't say anything at all. Don't ever be late. I know I've already said this, but I can't stress it enough. It's the biggest sign of disrespect for yourself, for your team, and your coach. You're never bigger than your team. Don't forget that when you go on tour, no, it doesn't stay on tour. You don't only represent yourself, you represent your school, your club, your country, but also your family. Wear underpants on the field at all times. No explanation needed. Learn the difference between initiation and humiliation. They both sound the same, but have completely different outcomes. Don't confuse them. Initiation brings someone into your team or into your family. Humiliation simply reminds them that they don't belong. Be humble in victory. Let's be honest, no one likes a show off or a bragger. Give thanks to the unseen people who surround you. The groundsmen, the medics, the cleaners, the staff who make the food. Anybody who supports you from the shadows so that you can have the spotlight all to yourself. Have fun. You don't get paid to play, so never forget why you're doing it. Shower after every game. Again, no explanation needed. The shower head. I know we're going to open the floor up for questions. That was number 25. I think it's a massive, for me, I got to go to the King Edward 7th School 125th year reunion earlier this year. Because of the way my rugby career took me, I missed my 10-year. I was playing in a Super Rugby final that weekend. Cares. No, that wasn't 2007. I'm not that old. Take it easy. No, my 10th year was 2010. I didn't win. We played against the Bulls. I was in the Stormers team in that year. No. One of the most epic games of rugby I've ever experienced in Soweto, Super Rugby Final 2010 because of the soccer. So didn't get to my 10th year. COVID unfortunately took an end to my 20th year in 2020. But getting to see the rekindling of friendships, the stories that get told, I think it is really special. And schools are only as strong as the communities that surround them. And I said be better men, but if we do want the school to continue progressing, to be impactful in this community, in the Eastern Cape, it's going to need you as a community, particularly as a male community, to step up to the plate. So it's great to see the friendships being rekindled, new stories being made. The gentleman who invited me to the after party, I'm not going to come. I've got to work tomorrow. No hard feelings. But I know, Mr. Vinnings, thank you very much for the opportunity, I think, to engage, to see the coming together of community, to see a school still achieving and prestiging, no matter how constant the change has been. I think it's really brilliant. And if this school is to go anywhere, it is going to require a lot of commitment, time, and effort from each and every one of you within this community to play your part in making it a better school. I got an opportunity to chat to the first team a little bit earlier today, and I constantly get reminded of the stars that are in young people's eyes. And I think in the current climate that we're living in South Africa, the stars get taken out of our eyes far too quickly. And it is really important that we constantly remind ourselves, firstly, that we must never let go of our dreams, no matter how old we are, no matter how young we are. And I said to the boys this morning or this afternoon, one of the things I learned from a very young age was to shoot for the moon, because even if I'd miss, I'd land amongst the stars. And I think that's a true reflection. My career as a rugby player, I mean, who wasn't born in 95? Sorry, I know there's a lot of this table here. Who wasn't born in 95? Only one. Okay, cool. So for most of us who were present in 95, it changed my life. I was fortunate enough to be at Ellis Park on the 24th of June, getting to witness history being made. I never knew the game of rugby. The following year, I went to King Edward's, and like many boys, thought that my dream was to live out becoming a Springbok rugby player. My first ever game of rugby was for the under-14 G side at King Edward's. So this principle is just for those boys that didn't do well in accounting or maths. It's A, B, C, D, E, F, G. It's the 7th best team in under-14 Gs, which wasn't quite how the pipe dream was supposed to start. But getting to now play a game that a group of men had inspired me to play became a watershed moment in my life. And through the highs, through the lows, I told the team this afternoon as well, in life, for me, I think there's 5 non-negotiables if you want to be successful. Hard work, sacrifice, discipline, dedication/resilience, and perseverance. If you don't have those, you're going to struggle. The one thing as a rugby player or as a person in life that you can't decide on is luck. When luck arrives at your door, you need to be ready to grab it with both hands. I get asked quite often, who was the best coach that I ever got coached by? The one that picked me. Because 100% the names of Jake White potentially ring true, but best is subjective, right, to each and every individual. So Jake White, great coach, won a World Cup, never beat New Zealand in New Zealand. Peter de Villiers beat New Zealand in New Zealand 2 years in a row. Best is subjective, right? Heineke Meyer, first South African coach to win a Super Rugby title. Best is subjective, right? Alistair Kasia, the first coach to take the Stormers to a Currie Cup final in 10 years. Best is subjective, right? So when we say best, it's about what best is measured in your eyes. And those 5 non-negotiables, in my opinion, if we want to have better men, if we want to make this country a better place, is non-negotiables. The one thing none of us can decide is luck. And when it's your time, be ready to make sure that luck is grabbed, because if it passes you by, you never know when it's going to come back again. So it's been a massive privilege, honor. I know we're going to open up the floor to some questions. Yes, it is Rugby World Cup year. Yes. Can the schoolboys close their ears? Can they go like this? Yes, I am very scared about our chances. I think we're in a position where our combinations aren't as settled as what we saw in 2019. I think we've got a potential group of superstars that need to be managed way differently, where in 2019 we had a group of players wanting to go show the world how special they were. I had my doubts after seeing them lose against New Zealand in Japan, but boy oh boy did they surprise us all. So a World Cup that sees 4 of the top 5 teams in the world on one side of the draw, which doesn't make it easier for the Springboks. A couple of injuries, 1 recognized fly half, 4 scrum offs in a squad. I don't understand the man's thinking from dispatch. I'm trying to understand. But I think one thing that the Springbok team does have is character. They seem like a team that, yes, are 4 years older, 4 years wiser, but they've got a unresounding resilience and character that I think few Springbok teams previously have had. So, yes, my heart will be pumping green and gold. I'll be in France enough to know that it's going to be a tight one. But if there is a team, in my opinion, that can go out and do us proud, it is this one. A 2019 team that was the most representative that a South African rugby team ever was on the global stage. And guys that have now become heroes on a global stage because of what they got to achieve in 2019. So my firm belief and support will be behind the Springboks. I will be biting and grinding my teeth and hoping that not only do we overcome Ireland, Scotland, and Tonga in our pool, maybe all 4 scrum halves will play against Romania. And just the 4 scrum halves so that Andre Pollard can come back into the squad for the Ireland game. But yeah, I think it's going to be a fantastic World Cup. I do think we are potentially going in a little bit undercooked. Really disappointed at how physically imposed we were against the All Blacks a couple of weeks ago. Can they turn around? I think if Dwayne Vermeulen's got anything to say about it, I definitely think we can do it. So, Smitting, thank you very much for the opportunity to engage. It's really great to see the excitement, the energy, the passion within this room, and may it linger on, not into the late hours of this evening, but into the game tomorrow and into the next couple of years as the school continuously tries to strive for excellence, for integrity, and to be one of the best in this community. So thank you very, very much. It's been a great opportunity.
Ladies and gents, Bryan Habana. Okay, we're doing all right. So we're going to take, there's no roaming mic unless, Mr. Engineer, you don't have a roaming mic, that's fine. 5 or 6 questions, shoot it off to Bryan, go ahead.
Those that are too intoxicated, 5 or 6 questions, not 5 or 60. Okay, we're going to shout out questions because we unfortunately don't have a roaming mic. Oh, okay, no questions. Thanks, gentlemen. It's been amazing. Sorry? How'd I get so big? I stand on this platform. Yes, sir. Am I faster than Ngwenya? In our prime? Yes, I was. So, listen, like, very, so, very much like the Springboks losing to Japan, and I'll be the first to admit, underestimating someone a lot of times comes at your own peril. And why I say at my prime I was faster than Ngwenya, I had a standing start, right? And no, I didn't catch him, but I was catching up to him with a flying start. So if we were to go neck and neck, and the only reason I say that, and if you want to go Google, Ngwenya was fast, but Bucky Spuerta pulled him in from behind, playing in France 2 years ago. So everyone, and it was a spectacular try, right? I still blame Butch James for getting bounced by Todd Clever on the 22. If Butch James had just made his tackle, I wouldn't have had to try defend the 30 meters of space. A great guy, and I've actually chatted to him a few times. I look at, again, I was fortunate enough to win the RB Player of the Year that year. He won the Try of the Year. And it is sometimes difficult in the moments of weakness, of despair, to see what the positives are, because you always look intricately, you look inside yourself. And I'm not saying it was because of me, but because he rounded me, he got a 3-year contract in France. He was one of the first American. He was one, and I'm not saying with a joke, he was one of the first Americans to get a professional contract in Biarritz. And up until this day, he will constantly thank me, because if that hadn't happened, and I'm really not trying to be funny, I'm just saying, sometimes in life, you look at what that means. Sometimes in life, you look at what happened to you. You look at the negative impact. And I did the same in 2005 when the Bulls lost the Currie Cup final against the Cheetahs. I was absolutely gutted. Ollie LaRue smoking a cigar on the field is one of the is one of the crappiest images that resonates in my brain. But I look at that, Oosterrand never got to win a Currie Cup before that day. And it's in the moments of despair that, again, when you're looking inwardly, you don't always realize the impact that has potentially given someone else, right? So I will say, all due respect to Tekutsu Ngwenya, he took an opportunity and grabbed it with both hands. And that opportunity gave him a springboard that literally gave him a professional rugby career. You go to that guy's after party. I'm joking. No, it's tough, and again, there's no rule book on being a professional athlete, being a celebrity, being a superstar, and no one can explain to you what it's like to wake up on a Sunday morning and read a newspaper and the whole world is judging you. No one's walked a kilometer, a mile, or 10 centimeters in your shoe. They don't understand the sacrifice, the effort, the dedication that you put in to just perform the best. And as those 25 rules said, no one goes onto the field wanting to make a knock-on or miss a tackle. And it happens. But it doesn't take away the thousands of hours of effort that you put in. And 49-0, literally, I cannot describe to you what that feeling is like. 49-0 is still much better than 43,000 South Africans booing you off the field. And again, I say it in jest, when you boo a kick on the field, it's fun, it's jovial, and you think you're doing it from a frame of mind that you want to break someone's spirit, but it literally can break up. And we talk about mental wellness. I literally, as an individual rugby player, got booed off Bloemfontein Stadium by 43,000 South Africans as an individual, because I was playing bad, right? And there's no rule book. We at ease to throw comments left, right, and center about how crap someone is, how useless someone is. And I say, okay, well, let me put a microscope under what you do in your life each and every day and see how you cope. Let me put 43,000 people in an environment around watching you live, and then put about another 2.5 million watching you on a television and judge you. You know, so it's very easy for us to judge. It's very easy for us to throw stones. And 100%, we live, breathe, and love the passion that sport creates. And I'm not saying let's not, live, breathe, and enjoy the passion. But at the end of the day, people are still human. People still have families. They still have children. I'll never forget 2006 when we did have that bad run, 49-0 against the Wallabies in Brisbane. Jake White had to take his kids out of school for 2 weeks, right? Because there were parents telling their kids to swear at Jake White's kids to tell them how bad their dad is. And we laugh about it, but we've all done it, right? I put myself, we've all done it. But the impact that has, his wife couldn't go to the shops because she was getting sworn at. So when you think about how you do things, when you don't look at what you're feeling, but potentially put yourself in other people's shoes, what's that like? And again, sitting in a change room, having lost 49-0, knowing that not only have you let yourself down, let your team down, let the jersey down, let 48 million South Africans down, it's not an easy place to be in, right? And it's easy to throw stones, but if you're in a glass house, just watch out where you're throwing those stones, because if we were to put a microscope under you and judge how you do your job each and every day that you're supposed to be extremely good at, that you get paid for, it becomes really difficult. I think the one thing from that 2006 year that we learned as a team, and winning in 07 was great because you come back and you see the impact that it has. And it was in the Eastern Cape where black youngsters in the townships were running 2-3 kilometers behind the bus to get a glimpse of their heroes, to get a glimpse of the trophy, but to get a glimpse of hope. But it was those same people that a year before were saying John Smith's the worst captain in the world, Victor Matfield's too old to be in the team, Jake White's not the right coach, and Osirant shouldn't be there. So how old are you? You seem like you were very old. But I think what bonded us in that 2006 difficulty was the fact that we knew we were able to turn around. It wasn't South Africans showing their support all of a sudden. It wasn't South Africans just now being cool. It was us understanding how much we were willing to give for each other, and that made that victory so much sweeter, because a year prior, nobody gave us a chance, not even our own people. And for us, the bonds, the resilience that got formed in the toughest of times made us stand the proudest when we actually won. And yes, we celebrated with South Africa. Again, we, as a professional rugby player representing your country, you are representing each and every one in your country. So it's not that we were being selfish, but we knew that the celebrations and those celebrating were the ones that were the first to throw stones, just a year prior. And that's what made that victory so much sweeter. That's what made all the effort, all the sacrifice. That's what made Jake White go sleep at night and hold his two boys who had to be taken out of school, for 2 weeks a year prior. So at the end of the day, yes, you get paid extremely well to be a professional athlete. And for those of you in the room that push your kids, male, female, daughters, sons, there's a stat that says, no, well, it's not a stat, it doesn't say, if you play schoolboy rugby in your final year at school, the chances of becoming a Springbok rugby player, and this is a statistical fact, if you take the equation of number of schoolboy rugby players that play in their final year, those that become a Springbok rugby player in the next decade is 0.00053%. So if you take it, there's only ever been 942 Springboks since 1896. So I'm all for pushing your kids. I'm all for making sure that they go as hard as they can and are as dedicated as they can. But the reality is, not everyone's kid is going to make it. But as a parent, how are you then supporting them through the other avenues and silos of life to make them the best version of themselves that they can be? So again, if you're sitting on the sideline and you're swearing at a ref, step up to the plate and go ref yourself. If you're sitting on the sideline and you shouting at the opposition coach, go be a coach yourself. Put yourself in other person's shoes to be able to make it go right. Yes, sir. Which class? Unfortunately, not enough. I'd love. It was really cool. We got SA Rugby. Well, actually, Castle started the initial initiative, and then they pulled out the week that it was supposed to happen, and then the SA Rugby legends stepped up. So we got a bit of a reunion of the '95 and 2007 team 2 weeks ago at Ellis Park when the Boks played against Argentina, and it was really cool. A lot of us. I mean, we got a 2007 WhatsApp group that Bucky's comes and leaves every 3 days. He's such a good man. I mean, if you guys ever want to get Bucky's at one of your next functions, he is absolutely brilliant. We were at a function with with myself a week ago at a golf day in Johannesburg, and myself, Bucky's, Henny LaRue, and Joel Stransky was the MC, and Joel says, Bucky's, for you, like you constantly go on the field, and Oaks didn't understand. You'd pray beforehand, and then you just things would happen on the field. And he goes, "Yeah, Joel, man, you know what? I just wanted to write medical aid certificates." He's absolutely brilliant. So we try to have reunions. I think we unfortunately still have Ruan Pienaar playing rugby for the Cheetahs. So we haven't had a proper reunion. I think hopefully in Australia in 2027 we will be able to celebrate something. I do think winning and achieving together creates a inseparable bond that lives with you forever. So hopefully at some point. But yeah, we do at least have a WhatsApp group that Bucky's leaves on a few occasions. Yes. So Alessandro Tuilagi wasn't on the wing that day. Henry Tuilagi was the 8th man. And it was, I'll never forget, the first line-out. And if you go look at the replay of that first line-out against Samoa at Parc de France in 2007, I think Henry Tuilagi, the line-out was on our 10-meter line. You had Donnie Rousseau and Skalk Burger as the vacuum defenders. I think it was Skalk and then Donnie. And Henry Tuilagi, literally, they were coming down to our try line. Fourie was defending in the trams. John was, I think, lifting, and I think John Smith was at the back of the line out. And then I sort of looked, and it was on our 10-meter line. Henry Tuilagi was on the Samoan 22. I was like, yo, this is weird. And as the hooker gets the ball, takes the towel, starts preparing it, Tuilagi starts running. And I'm like, if he breaks this line, I'm like, Scala. Scala looks back. Well, fuck. It is. So I think luckily Skalk managed to grab him somehow. He bounced Donnie and they brought him down. But he had a 40-meter run-up on getting that ball, and I think he was weighing about 135 kgs. So, but yeah, we were, and then we obviously, I don't want to say didn't expect the physicality that they brought, but I think we went into the sheds 12-7. It was really a crap first half, and Percy Montgomery, bless him. So Percy doesn't tackle a lot, right? Well, he didn't tackle a lot. I mean, he was a great last line of defense, sometimes a speed bump. But we get into the change room at Parc de France, and Monty goes, "Boys, we're getting fucked up out there, and I don't like it." And I'm like, "But Monty, you missed 3 tackles." But yeah, the brutality of that physical contact with the Islanders is just, whether it be Fiji, Tonga, Samoa, it is just relentless, right? And they're a different genetic breed. Like, they are muscle and bone, like literally as hard as nails. But yeah, that 40-meter run-up literally is imprinted in my front cortical lobe. No, I'm not coming to the after party. But everyone else can go to his house. Free beer and wine. Okay, so 07 now you're talking about. 83rd minute, but okay. We're close enough. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. I think that was probably one of the most important catalysts for why we won in 2007 because, I mean, I shouldn't have been on the field in the 82nd minute. I should have probably been sent off in the 27th minute. No. I should have got a red card for that tackle on Monty, right? So actually shouldn't have been on the field. Rules were very different. But I honestly think what happened that following day, it wasn't 3 weeks later. We actually played England that next week. We played England in Bloemfontein. So the Sharks guys were absolutely distraught and devastated. Absolutely. And for us, and again, in the 25 rules, I spoke about, being arrogant. But getting together in Bloemfontein that following evening, which was tough. I mean, as Bulls players, we were highly pissed off that Jake didn't allow us like a celebration opportunity that we could celebrate. We got cucked out. We almost had a strike to at least celebrate. So we have the parade on the Monday, and Jake was like, "No, you can't. You need to get to Bloemfontein and come train." And the manner in which the Sharks took what happened on that Saturday, less than 24 hours prior, on the chin, and the Bulls swallowed their pride and became humble, literally became the catalyst for what we as a Springbok team wanted to achieve in 07. So it wasn't about what had gone wrong as a provincial player for the Sharks. It wasn't about what I'd done as a provincial player for the Bulls. It was understanding that we unfortunately need to close that chapter and move on to a chapter that is far greater. And again, winning a trophy is incredible. Winning a Super Rugby in the way in which we did it, one of the best memories of my life. But getting to pull on that Springbok jersey is far greater and far better. And I think that really was a moment that started an incredible opportunity of what we would achieve, 3 months later. So it was tough. Like I said, I wasn't on the losing side, so I don't know what Frans Steyn or Butch James, who never kicked the ball out, felt like. But I knew that if we were going to go in there arrogant, if we were going to be that, it was just very different. We can do 3 more. He's already asked the 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You first. Why are you so big? Oh, you're standing. Sorry. A rapper. Wow. It's still on the right here. Are there Springboks from Muirite? I'm joking. Relax, guys. I mean, we only had 4 from Cares. Cartwright, obviously. Good man, eh? Very good man. About? Yeah. Yeah. So I don't understand. There's some things from women that we lack. Sorry. I'm just. No, I guess so, guys. Give him a chance. Sorry, sorry. Rephrase that. Sorry, I don't. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah, so I think, I mean, I said it in my speech. I think we need to be better men, right? Like, no, there's a lot of questions. So I appreciate. I think we need to be better men, right? I think women form an integral part of our community. Without them, we're absolutely screwed. If we don't protect them, first of all, if we don't respect them, if we don't respect boundaries, we make them, fallible. And I don't think women are fallible. And it requires us men to be honest, transparent, and filled with respect and integrity. So hopefully the more we do that, the more we empower women. And in empowering women, I think our society will become much better. Okay, I'm getting told I'm done, so I'm sorry. Getting told I'm done. Gentlemen, ladies, thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening, and hopefully catch you all soon.
You can talk to God, go banging on his door. You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock. You can move a mountain, you can break rocks. Some will call it practice, some will call it luck. But either way you're going to
Right, gentlemen, we're going to be calling up Pakamani Nessie, please. Also part of the OMU committee, Pakamani Nessie, please come up and give Thanksgiving for our meal. Thank you.
Perfect. Is it good there? Okay. Good evening, honored guests, the whole Muirite Union, past headmasters and current headmaster, teaching staff, current and past, and also to my fellow Old Muirites. I trust that everyone has had an amazing night up until this point at your alma mater, and I'm sure that it will only get better as the weekend carries on. It's a massive honor and a privilege for me to give thanks to our honorary guest, Mr. Bryan Habana. I'm a schoolboy, well, as a schoolboy, you're a massive hero for me at school, and I'm sure that a lot of us in this room share that sentiment. Thank you for availing yourself to celebrate with us on our 201st anniversary of this wonderful school. As a token of our appreciation, please accept this gift on behalf of the Muir College family.
All right. Oh, that's nice. So now we are going to have an art auction, so get your pockets ready. Kevin Layton, renowned for his cruise ship artworks, will now lead a fun-filled auction, better be fun. Dig deep into your pockets, gentlemen, for all proceeds benefit the Muir Foundation. Kevin, here you go. It's been a long time, my brother.
It's been too long.
Jeez.
How are you?
Nice to see you. Hey, we're the same height now.
You just got more hair than I do. I'm waiting for Bryan to see this. No, I'm only teasing. Listen, it's a great honor to be here right now. I'm sure we can all agree in saying that. Let's give another round of applause to Mr. Bryan Habana on that fantastic speech right there. You know, at the end of the day, gentlemen, every single one of us over here, we all take pride in watching our TV and watching those men represent us, representing our country. And to have a fine gentleman like this right over here, to actually be the main speaker of tonight, that's something really special. And I think we should all take that in very deeply. So, gentlemen, with that being said, I was contacted during the week to do something really nice. We're going to be doing an auction over here. And the proceeds, or all the money that we're going to be doing over here, is going to be going straight back into Muir's Foundation, the OMU Foundation. Now, for those of you who hadn't been here for a while, right, who hadn't been here for a few years, How many of you would agree with me that when you walk down the front over there, when you look on the main fields and you see those benches, you see the main scoreboard, you see all of those things being developed and put up there? How many of you are really feeling proud at seeing your great school growing greater and greater and greater? By a show of hands, who all agrees with me? That's an absolutely amazing feeling. Well, gentlemen, you have the chance tonight to take a part of that. Because as I made mention, everything we're going to be doing tonight, everything we're going to be auctioning off, that's your contribution to the great Muir College. So with that being said, gentlemen, I want to take this opportunity. I was given this bottle of wine. We're going to start off with this one right over here. Pardon? The brand is going to be Reineke Organic. It says 20 Chenin Blanc. Doesn't have a year on it. Well, now, gentlemen, as I made mention, this is going to be going to the proceeds of the OMU. So let's go ahead and go with this one. I'm going to start this one off really low. I'm going to start this one off at only 60 Rand. So we're going to be starting off at 60 Rand. I want you guys to raise your hands when you're happy to place the bid. So we're going to go 60. Who'd a bit now, Habana with 60. Hup, 60 now 80. Who'd a bit now, Habana? Who'd a bit now at 80. Who'd a bit now at 80. Hup, 80 now 100. Who'd a bit now? Hup. We have 200 over here on the right-hand side. Who'd a bit now, Habana with 200. We have 200 over here now looking for 220. Who'd a bit now, Habana with 220. Who'd a bit now at 220. Hup, 220 now 240. Who'd a bit now, would give now, who'd a bit now at 240. Who'd a bit now 240. Hup, 220 over here now looking at 240. Hup, 240 now 260. Who'd a bit now at 260. Hup, 260 now 280. Who'd a bit now, who'd a bit now, who'd a bit now at 280. 280. Ladies and gentlemen, this is only 280. We have 260 over here now looking for 280. 300. We have 300 on the right-hand side. Who will give me 320? Who'd a bit now at 320? We have 500 over here. Who'd a bit now at 550? 550. We have 500 right over here. We're looking to the room at 550. Who'd a bit now at 550? 550 going once. Going twice. Third, fair, and final. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to the gentleman right over here for winning the bid on the bottle of wine. All right, gentlemen, we're going to be having another one coming up over the block here. We've got some great things coming up and over here. The next one we're going to be having coming up over the block is going to be, of course, our Muir book. This was, of course, created for the commemorative of our 200th last year. And I will add to this that it has been signed. Mr. Bryan Habana. Now, for all of you who have a bar there at your house, I'm sure you'll all agree with me that when you invite your mates around, they're all looking for the memorabilia in the bar, right? How many of us have memorabilia in the bar? Put your hands up in the air if you have memorabilia in your bar. Now, you want to outshine your friends, you want to outshine your mates, your colleagues, you do it with a signed book by none other than Mr. Bryan Habana, right over there. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to be doing over here is we're going to be starting the bidding off on this one at only 250. A little bit now at 250. Up 250 now 300. Up 300 now 350. A little bit now at 350. Up 350 now 400. Up 400 now 450. Up 450 now 500. A little bit now at 500. A little bit now at 500. Up 500 now 550. A little bit now at 1,000 Rand, ladies and gentlemen. 1,000. We're going to bump this up to 1,100. Who'd a bit now, who'd a bit now at 1,100. Look into the room now at 1,100. Up 1,000 now, 1,100. Who'd a bit now at 1,100. Would give now 1,100 going. Up 1,100 now 1,200. 1,200 now back to you at 1,300. 1,300, 1,400. Who'd a bit now at 1,400. 1,500. Who'd a bit now at 1,500, 1,600. Who'd give now 1,600, 1,600. Have 1,500 on the side now, looking to the room at 1,600. Going once, going twice. Third, fair, and final. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to Mr. Ross. Well done, well played there, nicely done. All right, gentlemen, get ready for this next one that we're going to be having up over the block over here. We are going to be having photos of none other than Percy Montgomery. It is also hand signed by Percy Montgomery. Ladies and gentlemen, for this one right over here, can you hold this up for me, please, if you don't mind? Cheers, thanks. It already comes with the wires and the hooks. As soon as you take this home, it's ready to go up on the wall, folks. Don't miss out on this one. For this right here, hand signed, we're going to be going and starting off the bidding on this one at only 2,500. Who'd a bid now at 2,500? Who'd a bid now? Who'd a buy now at 2,500? Who'd a give now at 2,500? Look into the room at only 2,500. Who'd a bid now at 2,500? Hand signed by Percy Montgomery. Who'd a bid now? Who'd a buy now at 2,500? Come on, ladies and gentlemen, this is for the OMU Foundation at only 2,500. Up, 2,500 now, 2,600. Who'd a bid now? Who'd a buy now? Who'd a bid now at 2,600? Look at the room now at 2,600. Up, 2,500 in the back now, looking for 2,600. Who'd a bid now? Who'd a buy now? Who'd a bid now at 2,600? Who'd a give now? 2,600. Look into the room now, 2,600. 2,600. Listen, gentlemen, I know some of you spent more for the beers you have on the table. 2,600. Who'd a bid now at 2,600? 2,600. Have 2,500 in the back there now. Look into the room now at 2,600. Who'd a bid now at 2,600? Who'd a bid now? Who'd a buy now? Who'd a give now? 2,600. 2,600 going once. 2,600 going twice. 2,600. I have 2,500 at you. I'm closing it off at 2,500 with you if nobody gives 26. Anybody want to come into this one before I call this one off? Third, fair, and final. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the gentleman in the back there winning this one at 2,500. Well done. Well played on this one. Nicely done on that. All right, gentlemen, now the next one we're going to be having coming up over the block over here, it's going to be a rugby jersey hand signed by Mr. Bryan Habana. Now I'm sure you'll all agree with me when you hang this one up on your wall. This is going to be one of the big ones. Now we're going to be starting off the bidding on this one at really low, at only 2,500. Who'd a bid now at 2,500? Up 2,500, now 3. Who'd a bid now? Who'd a buy now at 3? Who'd a bid now at 3? I've got you two in at 2,500. It's going to be between you two. 2,500. Who'd a bid now at 3? Up 3,000. Now 3,500. Who'd a bid now? Who'd a buy now at 3,500? Who'd a bid now at 3,500? Up 3,000. Now looking at the room for 3,500. Who'd a bid now? Who'd a buy now at 3,500? Stay strong. Stay long, sir. You were in there at 2,500. Don't fall out. Yeah, looking at you at 3,500. Who'd a bid now? Who'd a buy now at 3,500? Who'd a bid now at 3,500? Up 3,500. Now 4,000. Who'd a bid now at 4,000? Up 4,000. Now 4,500. Who'd a bid now? Who'd a buy now at 4,500? You had a bid now at 4,500. Look into the room at 4,500. Who'd a bid now at 4,500, ladies and gentlemen. A hand-signed South African rugby jersey by Mr. Bryan Habana at only 4,500. Up 4,000. Now 4,500. Who'd a bid now? Who'd a buy now at 4,500? 4,500 going up. 4,500, now 5,000. Who'd a bid now? Who'd a buy now at 5,000? Who'd a bid now at 5? Who'd a bid now? Who'd a buy now at 5? Up 5, now 5,500. Who'd a bid now? Who'd a buy now at 5,500? Who'd a bid now at 5,500? Who'd a give now 5,500? Up 5,500, now 6. Who'd a bid now at 6? 6,000. 6,000, up 6,000, now 6,500. 6,500, going once. 6,500 going twice. Third, fair, and final. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the gentleman right over here winning this immaculate jersey. Well done, well played on that right over there. Come on over. All right, folks, we've got one over here that's going to be really hitting on the heartstrings. Because when it comes to sporting legends, we have a past sporting legend that is hand-signed by this very fine gentleman. Folks, I'm speaking about none other than Hansie Cronje. Let that sink in for a moment. Let that sink in for a moment, ladies and gentlemen. This is Hansie Cronje. Now, I'm sure you'll all agree with me when I say that we are going to be starting the bidding off, and considering what we have right over here, a past legend, someone that if you wanted another image signed, you can't get. We are going to be starting the bidding off on this one at only 5,000. Who'd a bid now, who'd a buy now at 5,000. Who'd a bid now, who'd a bid now, who'd a give now 5,000. Look into the room here at 5,000. Who'd a bid now at 5,000. Who'd a bid now, who'd a buy now, who'd a give now, who'd a bid now at 5,000. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a hand signed by Hansie Cronje. Definitely going to be setting the bar up higher with this one when your mates and your colleagues walk into the bar over there and you have a look in the memorabilia. And you get to see a hand-signed image by Hansie Cronje starting off at only 5,000. Would a bit now at 5,000. Would a bit now, would a buy now at 5,000. Ladies and gentlemen, this is again Hansie Cronje. When I mentioned that name, everybody got excited, but nobody's here. Where's 5,000? Would a bit now at 5,000. Would a bit now at 5,000. Would a bit now, would a buy now at 5,000. Look into the room at only 5,000. Now, I understand at 5, maybe you need a little bit of a minute to think about this, but once you've thought about it, you'll understand why this is coming in at only 5,000. Would a bit now at 5,000. Would a bit now, would a buy now, would a give now 5,000. Who'd a bit now at 5,000, ladies and gentlemen? Who'd a bit now, who'd a buy now at 5,000? Finish it, eh? At 5,000. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 5,000 now, 5,500. Who'd have it now at 5,500? Have 5,000 over the phone now. Look into the room now at only 5,500. 5,500 going once. 5,500 going twice. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a rip-roaring round of applause for the winner at only 5,000. Well done, well played on that one. Can I ask you to come hold this one for me? You got it. You good? Yeah. All right, folks, if you all take notes up on front over here, we have yet another hand-signed jersey. But I want you all to have a look and see what this one is all about. Yeah, we have a winning combination jersey, and I say that because this is the very same team that won the Tri-Nations in 2004, and again went on to win the World Cup again in 2007. What we have over here is a shirt, a jersey with the signature of Mr. Jake White and, of course, Mr. John Smith. Now, with this one over here, get ready for this one, folks. This is now going to be the last one. And, of course, as all things go, the final one will always be the biggest. So with this right over here, we are going to start the bidding off low at only 5,000. Who'd a bid now? Who'd a buy now with 5,000? 5,000. Up 5,000 now 5,500. Who'd have it now? Who'd have I now? Would have it now at 5,500. Hap 5,000 in the back now. Look into the room now at 5,500. Would have it now? Would have I now? Would have it now at 5,500. Who'd have give now 5,500? Hap 5,000. Hap 5,500. Now 6,000. Who'd have it now at 6,000? Would have it now at 6,000? Who'd have it now at 6,000? 6,000. Hap 5,500 in the side over here. Now look into the room now at only 6,000. Who'd have it now? Who'd have I now at 6,000? Would have give now 6,000. Ladies and gentlemen, this is 6,000 rand. Hand sign from 04 as well as 07. Who is going to be taking home this one? Who will have the pride and joy of hanging this up in their bar, showcasing this to the mates back at home? Now, I'm sure you'll all agree with me when I say that when you are to come into your own personal bar back at home, and you get to introduce everybody that walks into your room to that right there. By show of hands, who will be proud? Are we not proud South Africans? What you coming in at? 6,000. Ladies and gentlemen, who'd have it now at 6,000? We have 6,000 now, 6,500. Who'd have it now at 6,500? Would have it now? Who'd have it now at 6,500? 6,500. Ladies and gentlemen, who'd have it now? Who'd have I now at 6,500? You had to give now 6,500. Sitting at 6 over here at the back now, looking to the room at 6,500. Who'd have give now 6,500? Would have it now at 6,500. Up 6,500, back to the room at 7. Who'd have it now? Who'd have I now at 7? This is not just one special moment when it comes to this jersey. It is commemorating two very special moments. The time that you guys speak about South African rugby and we are World Cup winners. Think about that for a moment when you hang that up on your wall. Look into the room at 7. Who to give now 7? Who to bid now? Who do I know at 7? Who to give now 7? Up 6,500. Now to the room at 7. 7,000. Who to bid now at 7,000? Look into the room now at 7,000. Who to bid now? Who do I know? Who to bid now at 7,000? Up 7. Up 7,000, now 7,500. Up 7,500, now 8. Who'd have it now? Who'd have I now? Would have it now at 8. 8,000. Up 7,500, now 8. Who'd have it now at 8,000? Would have it now at 8,000. Up 8,000, now 8,500. Up 8,500, now 9,000. Who'd have it now? Who'd have I now? Would have it now at 9,000. Looking in the room at 9,000. Up 9,000, 9,500. Up 9,500, now looking to the room at 10,000. 10,000. Who'd have it now? Who'd have I now? Would have it now? Up 10,000. We're going to move this increment up just a little bit and look at it at 11. Who'd have it now? At 11,000. Up 10, now back to you at 11. Up 11, back to you at 12. Who'd have it now at 12? 12,000. Up 11, now back to you at 12. Up 12,000, back to the room at 13. Up 15,000, back to the room at 16. Who'd have it now at 16? Would have it now? Would have I now at 16,000? Up 15, now looking to the room at 16. 16,000. Up 16, now 17. 17. Look into the room at 17. It's only 2 up on your 15. Looking to come in at 17 or you out at that? A little bit now at 17. At 16 over the phone. Look into the room at 17,000. 17,000. Going once. Going twice. Third, fair, and final. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for the winner at only 16,000 rand. Well done. Well played on that, ladies and gentlemen. It's a phone bid, that one. That was the over the phone bid. That person, yeah. Perfect. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the auction. Thank you for this. Very welcome one over here. Thank you for all of this. And now we're going to be calling up none other than Craig Ross again. Thank you very much.
Thanks, gents, for supporting the OMU like that. Thank you, Kevin Layton, my man. Right, gentlemen, to uplift our spirits and to end off the evening in true blue-blooded spirit, I call upon Ian Crane. Where are you? Ryan Barner, the esteemed Vice President of the Old Muirite Union, to lead us in the college song. Come on, what do I say here? Let us echo our shared pride together, guys. To your feet.
Oh, are we? Gentlemen, anybody here tonight from Kes? Let's just show him how the school song should be sung. 1, 2, 3. Stand and sing for old Lang Syne, shout till the rafters ring. Stand and sing a song once again. Let every royal heart now sing. Then think of all the happy hours. Think of the careless days. Think of all that went before us. Yet lingering in our thoughts always. Let us sing to the middle, to the school.
We need to do a war cry. We need to do a war cry. Andrew, just hold on, guys. Just before you go. Hold on a second. Listen. The clubhouse is going to be open now for drinks. It was open from 10. Go and enjoy yourselves. Don't be like hooligans. But tomorrow, rugby against Graham College. Be here. Dessert is at the back. You can help yourselves. It's not going to be served. It's at the back of the right-hand corner. Anything else? Be safe. Thank you for coming. Nek Pluribus Impar. Have a beautiful one. Thank you, gentlemen. It is closed.